Hello again. Good evening. I've been in the sleeper berth for 51 minutes. Just finished taking a shower. Time to roll on. Nobody bothered me while I was parked here in reserve parking. So I am on a bit of a time crunch. Where's this guy going? What's he doing? So that's him parked on the shoulder there, and the big red curb says no parking.
Turn left toward Pedro Road. Then you turn right onto Pedro Road.
Alright, so bear with me. Let me get out of here and get on the interstate, and then we'll chat it up.
Turn right onto Pedro Road. Then at the next stop sign, you turn left.
It's bumpy road. Bumpy. I would like to walk over to McDonald's and get cheeseburger and fries. Now, I haven't eaten much of anything since I left the house. I've been basically living off of sour and cheddar cream, or sour cream and cheddar.
At the stop sign, turn left onto Martin Luther King Jr. Drive. Then you'll turn right onto the ramp to Cuba.
Really busy. There's a lot of truck stops around here. Tons and tons of truck traffic. Lots of car traffic. It's also a really bad neighborhood. A lot of places will not allow their trucks to be parked here in West Memphis, Arkansas, because of how bad the neighborhood is. I remember, what the hell, what load was that? What the hell load was that came up with the list? They had a list of shit. They had a list of places. That I wasn't allowed to stop. What the hell was I hauling where they had a list of places I couldn't stop? I think that might have been the Amazon load, maybe. Damn it, I just had another rock and another rock. most everybody should be taking I-40. But we're about to split up here. The right side's going I-55, left side I-40, and the middle lane can go either way. People seem confused. People just keep jumping lanes.
Keep right to stay on I-55 North. All signs for Whiteville. Keep right to stay on I-55 North.
And I went I-55 by my lonesome. Nobody wanted to join me on I-55. I don't mind. Uh-oh. Getting passed by UPS. UPS went around. I was about to say, man, there's some super trucker passing me because they went around that turn really fast. I went around that turn at 60, and I felt like I was going too fast for that turn. Left lane ends up ahead. Speed limit is 65. UPS is doing 70. I've got another 70-mile-per-hour truck passing me. It's probably going to be a pain in the ass for me to get around these two slow people here in a second when the speed limit goes up to 70. That's a frustrating thing. I talked about this earlier. I've talked about this several times across many videos. Is people typically just run at their governors regardless of speed limit. So it can be very frustrating if you're following speed limits and you get these people that are governed at low speeds. They just speed through low speed limit areas, get in front of you, and then you have to spend an hour passing all of them. Then you get to another low speed limit area and you have to spend another hour past them again. Just over and over. And I think that's a lot of the reason why people have... All right, now we just went up to 70. I think that's why a lot of people have bad driving behaviors, is because of bad drivers. bad drivers will cause other people to drive badly, because you get tired of that crap, and eventually you get to the point where you don't slow down when the speed limit drops because you're getting tired of the slow trucks passing you. All right, so we'll talk about the hours of service situation in a second. I might not be able to deliver the load at the end of this drive shift. It's really, really close. All right, so I've got 243 miles to Goodyear at a 60 mile per hour average. That's 4 hours and 3 minutes. And I have 4 hours and 10 minutes of drive time left. So I don't think it's going to happen. Because I need to be able to drive around on their property to do the drop and hook, which could take 15, 20, maybe even 30 minutes of drive time. And then I need to be able to leave their property and find a place to park. And I think I might actually be running up against my 14-hour clock, not my drive clock. So switching over to on duty won't help. It won't stop the clock. So let's do a best case scenario. Yeah, I've got my cruise set at 70. Let's say I have a 70 mile per hour average, which is impossible. I think that's 3 hours and 44 minutes to do 240 miles. So that leaves me with 16 plus 6, 22 minutes. That would leave me with 22 minutes to do the drop and hook and then go find a place to park. So I don't think it's happening. And I don't want to run out of clock on the customer property, and then I'm forced to use like personal conveyance or something like that and jeopardize Landstar's carrier authority. The personal conveyance rules have changed so much over the last, I don't know, 4 or 5 years. Basically, they've changed a lot since they were implemented. They're constantly changing. They're constantly being interpreted differently. And there's not, last time I checked, there was not a clear definition of personal conveyance. It was left to interpretation. So you had to go dig through their interpretation documents. The FMCSA is one of the most poorly run government agencies I've ever dealt with. And they write really ambiguous crap in their regulations. And that crap can ruin your livelihood. So I just try to avoid using personal conveyance unless it's like really obvious personal conveyance. Like, just got somebody on the shoulder around this turn. Alright, there's nobody behind me for a ways. Couldn't tell how far off the shoulder they were because it was a turn. And somebody walked around the front of the truck into the roadway just as I was passing by. This jackass on the side road just riding with their high beams on. It's like, well, I'm on the side road, so I don't have to worry about all those people on the interstate. RV or passenger bus or whatever it is in front of me flash their high beams back at them. So yeah, I've pretty much made the decision that I'm not going to make the delivery at the end of this drive shift. I've just wasted too much time with the blowout. And then this morning, I started my 14-hour clock really early. And the trailer wasn't ready until like 1 o'clock this afternoon. And I started my 14-hour clock at like 6 a.m. And I don't think I've been parked anywhere long enough to like reset my 14 or extend my 14. Well, yeah. When I was parked there waiting for the load, that was like 6 hours. I'm not sure if it crossed the 7-hour threshold. I miss the old sleeper split. When they first introduced the sleeper split, that was when I first started driving truck. They had just introduced the sleeper split when I started driving. No one understood it. And I went through log class, in my orientation and my CDL school and everything, and they taught the sleeper split. No one knew how the sleeper split worked. Hardly anyone used it because it was so confusing and people didn't understand it. And even DOT officers back then, whenever I would get inspected, and I got inspected a lot, never had a violation. They would open up my logbook and they would see the sleeper splits in there, and they would just shut it back and hand it to me. They wouldn't even check it, because most of the DOT officers did not have any idea how sleeper splits worked. And still to this day, most people are confused about sleeper splits. At USA Truck, they had so many hours of service violations with sleeper splits that they disabled sleeper splits on the ELD, and you had to do something to get sleeper splits enabled. I forget what it was you had to do to get sleeper splits enabled. And if you ever had any log violations, they would not allow you to use sleeper splits. And there might have been some other stuff with the ELD that only a few people had access. But back in my day, back in the day when sleeper splits were initially implemented, you could do any split as long as both sides of the split were at a minimum of 2 hours. So you could do a 5-5, a 6-4, 7-3, 8-2, whatever. And being on paper logs with the ability to edit my logs basically and lie on my logs, and with the sleeper split and everything else available to me, oh my goodness, I could work some magic. And I had some really high mileage weeks. Now with Swift, not so much. I struggled to get miles with Swift. And then I was LTL for a long time. That wasn't high mileage, that was long hours. It was like, whatever the round trip is between Reno and Sacramento, I think it's like 150 or might be 220 miles from Reno to Sacramento. I forgot what the mileage is, around 200 miles between Reno and Sacramento. I can't remember, but anyway, that was my mileage, as I go to Reno to Sacramento and then back. I would return trip, so round trip. And it was 14-hour days, 5 days a week. I hated LTL. And then went over the road for like 3 months with that no-name company out of Phoenix. And I was crushing the miles when I was running for them. I was doing almost 4,000 miles a week every week, relying on my logbook. And I'm not even sure if way stations tracked your movement back then, but there was a rumor that every time you drove past a way station, they flagged your truck and the time you drove past, and DOT had access to look at that, and they could compare that against your logs. I don't know if that was true. I know they do that now. I don't know if they have the ability to access that information, around the country and see when you passed every way station to match it with your logs. But I do know that they track you every time you go past a way station. So because of that rumor, I would make sure that my logs matched up anytime I drove past a way station. So mainly what I did lying on my logs was just anytime I had any kind of delay, stuck in traffic, in the shop, long load, long unload, whatever. I would just log all of that as sleeper berth. And I would average my miles. So one of the things that would look very suspicious to DOT if they ever thoroughly investigated my logs back then is they would find that my drive time and my miles driven came out to exactly a 60 mile per hour average pretty much every day. So at 60 miles per hour over an 11-hour drive shift, you can drive 660 miles. That's what I would do. I would just drive 660 miles, and then I would make the log fit it. I would, put 11 hours of driving in there. So I wasn't driving for time, I was driving for distance. I didn't really care how long it took me to get there. What in the hell is this vehicle? It's really wide. It has like googly-eyed headlights. Huh. It looks like it's just maybe a Kenworth? I'm not sure. I couldn't tell for sure. It looks like it's just a standard truck. Might be a Peterbilt, might be a Kenworth. The truck designs used to be a lot more unique. Now, Freightliner and Kenworth, Peterbilt, all of them look very similar. Back in my day, we called the Kenworth anteaters because they had these weird looking front ends that were narrow and came down to a point in the front. And I thought they looked hideous. I've always liked Volvos and Freightliners. So I started driving at like, 1:30? So that means that roughly around 3:30 a.m. would be my 14. trying to edit the GPS program, and it froze up. Why did the truck in front of me switch lanes? And now they're moving back over. Ugh. Damn you, Arkansas.
Continue on I-55 north for 93 miles.
I think I'm going to have to pull over to fix my GPS. Alright, I'm just going to have to go with this. Normally, I mean, it's taking me forever to do anything on the GPS, doing like one button press, pause 5 seconds, one button press. Ooh, what is this? It's a Pretty big parking lot for a convenience store, and it's well lit. Normally on my GPS, I have it on, I don't know, the basic map layer. I don't have it on like the satellite image. But every time I try to switch it over to the basic layer, Google Maps locks up. I have to close the app, and it loses all my route stuff. Loves in 14 miles. Oh my goodness. They had a big long list of features. I didn't get to read them all. I got this truck too close in front of me to be over there reading the billboard. Should be a pretty nice drive the rest of the night. These are not busy interstates I'm going to be driving on, and as it gets later, they should get lighter and lighter traffic. There's a ton of traffic coming the other direction, though. I remember one of the times I was driving through here, I was headed southbound, and there was a really nasty accident. They shut the road down and they diverted traffic onto side roads, and those side roads were so sketchy. Like, we were trying to make turns around corners, and the trucks were barely able to fit on the roads. And then the same night, I got stuck in another accident on I-30 in Arkansas. And while we were sitting there talking on the CB, on stuck in the I-30 accident, there was some, I don't know if it was true or not. He could have just been a super trucker. But there was somebody on the CB saying that he was like the first person on the scene of the accident up here on 55. And the guy died. His truck was upside down. And he said that the guy died while he sat there talking to him. Or he was already dead. I can't remember. It's been like 3 years. I can't remember the specifics. I just remember him saying that he was like the first person on, to walk over there to the accident. And he was saying it was a really bad accident. Everybody was dead. I am starting to get tired. I don't think I'm going to bother eating when I get parked. I'm just going to go straight to bed. Well, one good thing is the other driver, if he gets there before me, they'll unload his trailer and I'll have it empty for me. With two of us getting there at the same time, they probably don't have two empties. So if he beat me there, he'd probably snag the empty and I'd have to sit around and wait for a trailer to be unloaded until tomorrow. So I'd probably have to drive back over there tomorrow afternoon anyway. Let's check the fuel mileage. 6.6 miles per gallon. Doing pretty good on the fuel mileage. Doing 70. It's a lot better than the 5.8 that I was getting doing 65. But a lot of that most likely has to do with terrain. I was going over quite a few hills in Tennessee. A little bit of mountain driving. If I do eat something, I'd probably just microwave a hot dog. The hot dogs are best if I bake them, get that nice crispy exterior, but microwaving them takes like 3 minutes, and baking them takes like 20. You know, as much as it sucked, starting out with Swift was also a lot of fun. Because I was just always fascinated with semi-trucks since I was a little kid. And to actually be driving one and riding around in one, I thought that was the coolest thing ever. I still think it is kind of cool. I think it's awesome to like have my job mobile with me. Like I don't have to commute home after work. I just park and go to bed. I'm at work and I'm at home at the same time. I think that's awesome. It's one of the reasons why I want to get the sailboat. I mean, I would prefer a powered boat, a powered yacht, 34-foot yacht. I would much prefer that it be powered instead of sail because that's a lot easier. But it's just so much more expensive. It's an astronomical cost difference between a powered boat and a sailboat. The engines and power boats, and it's typically more than one engine. It's typically two engines, two really big, expensive engines, especially when you're talking about like a 34-foot yacht. You're going to need typically two massive, expensive engines that use crazy amounts of fuel. Whereas a sailboat is much more cost effective. But that sounds amazing to have a little mobile home where I can just go and live wherever I want. If I don't like my neighbors or my neighborhood, I can just relocate. Now with the yacht, I could go live out in the sticks, and if I ever got tired of that, I could go enjoy the urban life. I could live in the city, or I could live in the sticks, or wherever. Starting to get really tired, and I still got 3 hours to go. And I'm really curious if I'm running against my 14-hour clock or not. I should have taken a closer look at my hours of service whenever I was stopped. So I'm 187 miles away, 3 hours and 7 minutes, and I have 3 hours and 21 minutes. That's at a 60 mile per hour average. I have the cruise set at 70. I think Illinois has a truck speed limit. I don't know. I haven't been in Illinois in a while. I don't think trucks can go 70 in Illinois. I think it's like 60, and then if you get close to a major metropolitan area, it gets down to 55. Welcome to Missouri. Welcome center is in 20 miles. So you're going to have to really dig into Missouri before we're going to welcome you. At least 20 miles. Then we'll talk. All right, speed limit is 70 for everybody now. So in Arkansas, it's 75 for cars, 70 for trucks. Now it's just 70. Uh-oh. You got a 2-vehicle pass. I've got some cars catching up with me. Hey cars, did you notice that your speed limit dropped down from 75 to 70? You shouldn't be catching up with me because I'm doing 70. Loves fuel tanker. Truck parking in 1 mile. It looks like a truck just pulled off into there. And we have a truck flying up the on-ramp. I got a car alongside me. Looks like you got a little bit of merge lane there, bro. Not much, but enough that I can make it past you. I wouldn't have been able to complete that merge or that lane change by the time I got alongside of him anyway. So I should be getting there in 3 hours. That'd be 2 a.m. It's 11:01 a.m. right now. 2 a.m. means I can make the delivery at noon. This is the kind of stuff that I think people who are considering getting into trucking, I don't think they understand that this is what the days are like. Where you like wake up at 6 a.m. and you end your day at 2 a.m. and you're dealing with all kinds of stuff. So I started my day trying to figure out how the process works at Tyco Carbon in Addis, Louisiana. You know, where to check in at, where to park at. And then sat there for like 6 hours waiting for my trailer to be ready. And then went and hooked up to it and then drove for a couple of hours, had a blowout. Had to find a shop to get the tire fixed. Got the tire fixed. Then drove some more. Got fuel, took a shower. Drove some more. And I'll stop at a mom and pop truck stop at the end of this drive shift because I don't have enough time to make the delivery at the end of the drive shift. Wake up and do it all over again tomorrow. For me, a 12-hour shift is short. That's a short day. If I wake up at 6 a.m. and I'm going back into the sleeper at 6 p.m., that is a short day for me. Everything went smooth that day. But today, things didn't go smooth. I had to wait around like 5 or 6 hours for the trailer to be loaded. Then I had a blowout. So all of that extended my day by like 6 or 7 hours. I should have been coming up on a weigh station. I should have been there at about 6 p.m. today. If everything would have went smooth, I would have been there about 6 or 7 p.m. today. Instead, I'm getting there at like 2 a.m. About 7 or 8 hours late. Got the bypass. Looks like they're closed. I think it's a culture shock for most people because most people, like human beings, are not very good at imagining something, like realistically setting proper expectations for something they haven't experienced. If a human being hasn't experienced something, they have a very difficult time understanding it. So you can take somebody that's worked, 30 hours a week at McDonald's. That's the only job they've ever had. And tell them that they can make like $60,000 a year in truck driving, but they're going to have to work 70 hours a week. They'd be like, man, I work 35 at McDonald's already. I can do 70 in trucking if you're going to pay me, 60 grand. And then they get out there and actually experience working 70 hours a week. And it's very different. Whenever you're like imagining what you can do versus actually doing it, two different things. But yeah, the long hours, living in a confined space, you have to use public showers, public restrooms, public everything. All of that stuff. And then the extremely limited home time. I mean, there are places that still to this day will have issues getting you home. That was something with USA Truck. Whenever I started there, they offered a program where you could request to be home weekends, basically weekends off at home. And I didn't really want that. I didn't want to deal with going home every weekend. But USA Truck has different rates of pay based off of where you live. And I lived in the lowest pay region. I get mad just thinking about it, but what they would do to me is they would send me into the highest pay region, the deep Northeast. They'd give me loads to like New York State. They'd have me running up in Pennsylvania and shit like that. So they would immediately, as soon as I'd leave the house, they would send me to like Pennsylvania, and then I would just run up there in the Northeast. And I got onto my dispatcher and I said, you know, you guys are paying me as an Oklahoma driver. I make like 4 cents a mile less than the drivers up in this region. I'm not going to drive in this region if you're not going to pay me the same amount of money as the people who live up in this region. And they had some bullshit like rebuttal. It's like, well, the region is just based on where you live. You're just basically regurgitating what I already told them. And I said, all right, then I want to be home weekends. And I was on their home weekend program for the majority of my time as a company driver there, to keep them from running me up in the Northeast. That didn't completely stop them. They would just give me a load up into the Northeast and then, you know, have me take a load back. I remember one of the very few New York State deliveries I ever did. It was a really shitty place. Inadequate docks. The docks were designed for box trucks. The docks were so tight that you could not back into a dock if there was a truck parked in the dock space to the left of it. So, doing a side back from the left, it was impossible to pull into a spot if there was a... So they had to, like, schedule the trucks going into the docks and coming out of the docks to make it possible for people to back in. And there was one of the crappy starter companies there that was trying to back into a spot and struggling. And they just eventually gave up and drove up over the curb and ripped their front bumper off. And there were several bumpers laying in the ditch right there in front of the curb. And the yard dog, I was sitting there parked right next to him. He and I were waiting for that guy to finish backing into the spot so that I could back into a spot. And so that, I don't know what he was doing. I think he was the one that was coordinating everything. And he was sitting there laughing about it. He was like, oh yeah, that company rips bumpers off all the time. Look at all of them over there. I didn't think it was funny. Like, he didn't see the problem was his shitty company using box truck docks for like 70-foot long vehicles. And I felt bad for the company that kept ripping their bumpers off because they were driving, I think they were driving Kenworths, which have the worst turning radius. Like, Kenworth's turning radius is so bad. So you're taking a lot of typically inexperienced drivers and putting them in a truck that is one of the most difficult to back, and then putting them in this ridiculously tight spot, and they're getting frustrated and just ripping their bumpers off. I can't even remember what company it was. I'm pretty sure I made a video about it because I've documented just about everything I've done in trucking. So if I was really curious, I could go back and watch that video. 43 miles until we get on to Interstate 57. I might eat a bowl of cereal. So, Great Value brand cereal. The generic store brand cereal, the generic store brand pretty much everything used to be really bad. Like unedible bad. But the store brand stuff now, the Great Value brand stuff now, not that bad. You know, I eat Great Value, the Oreo Twist and Shouts or whatever. They're pretty good. I wouldn't say they're as good as Oreos, but they're close. The peanut butter and chocolate wafer bars. I haven't done a side-by-side, but they seem pretty much exactly the same as the Little Debbie name brand version. Honey buns, pretty much as good as regular honey buns. And then cereals. I've been trying a bunch of the cereals. The Cheerio knockoffs are disgusting. I actually like Honey Nut Cheerios, but the Cheerio knockoff, the Great Value brand Cheerios, are really nasty. Extremely bland. Cinnamon Toast Crunch, the Great Value brand Cinnamon Toast Crunch are better than Cinnamon Toast Crunch. Because the regular Cinnamon Toast Crunch, they've tried to cut, cost so much that basically the little cereal, they filled it with so much air that there's basically no substance to it. And it gets soggy really fast. The Great Value brand is a sturdier like cereal with the same flavor. I don't know what in the hell is it ripping off? It's not Apple Jacks. Fruit Spins or something like that. Fruitios. I can't remember the multicolored Cheerio. The round multicolored one. I can't remember what the name brand is. Fruit Loops, that's it. I haven't eaten Fruit Loops in forever, but the Great Value knockoff Fruit Loops, really good. I don't know exactly how they compare because, like I said, I haven't eaten Fruit Loops in forever. What's another one? Oh, I just tried the Captain Crunch knockoff. Pretty good. That's the box of cereal I'm eating on right now. Maybe I'll have a bowl of cereal before I go to sleep. Maybe that'll be my dinner. And I was trying to buy Cinnamon Toast Crunch, and I accidentally bought like cinnamon, it's like Chex with cinnamon on it. It's like cinnamon flavored Chex. It's like the Cinnamon Toast Crunch Chex version. And it was actually pretty good. And as far as chips go, the sour cream and cheddar Ruffle knockoffs, the Ripple chips, really good. I haven't found any barbecue chips that are any good yet. They're not horrible, but the barbecue chips I've tried so far have been not that good. The tortilla chips, the cantina style tortilla chips, which are like the greasy kind of tortilla chips, greasy and salty. Oh my goodness. The Great Value Cantina tortilla chips are some of the best tortilla chips I've ever eaten. They are way better than Tostitos. There's only one brand of tortilla chips that I've eaten that's been as good or better, and you can only get them in the Pacific Northwest. I forget what they're called. It's a red bag, and it's like Rosa something or whatever. I can't remember the name brand of the chips. But those chips are amazing, and the Great Value Cantina style chips are very, very close to them. It's the only tortilla chips that I enjoy eating without dip. And so far with the what I'm trying with the soda replacement, with the Tropical Punch, the Great Value powdered Tropical Punch, so far that's working out quite well. I have tons of water in the truck. I have 2 7-gallon containers of water. I have only used 1 gallon of water out of those 7-gallon containers. So out of the 14 gallons of water that I brought a couple of gallon containers on top of that. I brought a gallon of the Tropical Punch already made, and I've drank that. And then I refilled that gallon jug with more Tropical Punch. So over the course of a week, I've used pretty much 2 gallons of water. So at that pace, I should be able to go like 7 weeks with the water I brought with me. And then I also have the option of filling them up. However, I don't know how feasible that would be because they are heavy. The 7-gallon containers, once I fill them up with water, those things are heavy. I think they weigh about 50 pounds. So, yeah. And then the other thing is, I don't even know if I could fill those up in the water fountain at the truck stops, because I don't know if I can get them down in the sink to fill them up. But yeah, the tropical punch replacing my soda is working out really well. I do need to buy more drink containers, because soda, because it's carbonated, I can't drink it really fast. And I'll sip on a single 12-ounce soda for an hour or so, and then I might go an hour or two without drinking a soda. So I'll maybe end up drinking like 3 or 4 sodas over the course of an entire drive shift, sometimes less than that. So that would be like 36 to 48 ounces. So theoretically, I should be able to fill up the left side of the lane's got a lip on it. So if I get close to the line, it grabs a hold of my steer tire and pulls me to the left. So I should be able to fill up the container that I have, the cup. It's 24 ounces. It's like the equivalent of 2 cans of soda. So I should be able to fill that up, and then when I take my 30-minute break, fill it up again, theoretically. But that's not the way it works. Because I can drink the tropical punch much faster than I can drink soda because of the carbonation. I just tested this out while I was parked. I filled up my drink container all the way full, and then I just took a big drink out of it like I would normally take. And it was 12 ounces. I just took like a big drink out of the straw. And I drank 12 ounces. I drank half the container in one damn drink. With soda, I just sip on it, but with the tropical punch, it's making me want to drink some tropical punch. I'm going to take another drink of it right now. Truck parking in 1 mile. What state are we in? Missouri? I like all this truck parking, Missouri. Oh, there's actually several spots open, but there's a lot of trucks at all these truck parking areas. Like, none of it's going to waste. City limit New Madrid. Population 3,116. Is this where the fault line is at? The New Madrid fault line? I have not checked the news pretty much at all today. I was curious if the war was going to restart today, and if so, what the restart would look like. Did they go after the infrastructure or not? I think Trump is in a really bad position right now. Israel has an incredible amount of control over our government. And Trump is doing what Israel wants. So Israel's basically protecting him. So he kind of has to continue doing Israel's bidding because he's done a bunch of stupid crap up to this point. And if Israel stops protecting him, then he's going to get impeached. And if he continues doing what Israel wants him to do, then he might also get impeached, and he could be brought up on charges of being a war criminal, like Netanyahu. Netanyahu right now, the only thing keeping him from basically being in prison is that he's the leader of Israel. If he loses his status, he's probably going to be put on trial as a war criminal. Just a second. There's some jackass passing me that has their brights on. And they've been out in the left lane for, I don't know, I think they got out in the left lane when they were about a mile behind me. I'm exaggerating, but it's one of those people that gets out in the left lane really early. And then they're out in the left lane for a very long time, so then they feel the need to get back over to the right lane, so they end up cutting you off. Yep, coming over too close. That's not too bad. If they would have come over as soon as they threw the signal on, that would have been too close. But right there, that's not bad. And I am starting to get really tired. Yeah, that's something that's hard to explain to people who want to become truck drivers. You know, imagine being at work and it's, you know, the end of your shift, you're really tired. You know, you didn't get hardly any sleep last night. You just want to go home and go to sleep. And you still have 4 hours of work to do. That's truck driving a lot of the time, because our schedules are constantly changing. Well, not everyone. I mean, there are some people that are on dedicated stuff. But if you're just running like random loads like I am right now, and you're running into delays, and interruptions and all kinds of stuff, your schedule is just constantly changing. So maybe you slept for 8 hours, but then after you woke up, you couldn't start your work day for like 8 hours. So you were awake for 8 hours before you even started working. And then you had to do a full like 14-hour shift. That's normal crap in trucking. But if I really wanted to, I could just pull over, go to sleep right now. And finish this load tomorrow. Or, well, no, it's not tomorrow yet. It's 11:44 p.m. We still got 16 minutes left in the day. There's a couple of cops hauling ass with their lights on. They're heading somewhere. They were headed southbound. 11 miles until Interstate 57. Oh wow, we've gone far enough north that it's actually gotten below 80 degrees. 78 degrees outside. All right, I need to think about something to say. Not just to, have something to say to keep from having dead air, but also to stay awake. Flying J Pizza, exit now. I see the love sign. There's a TA. Man, all the truck stops right here at this exit. All right, so what story to tell? This is a short story. Wow, that car is hauling ass. Is that who the cops are after? So when I was a kid, like 10 or 11, we were staying at a canoe rental place. One of those little rafting canoe businesses along the Illinois River in Oklahoma. And they had a campground. We were staying there on vacation. And I ran into a kid, and he was like the owner's son or grandson or something. And he asked me if I wanted to go ride in a canoe with him, and I was like, sure. So we got in a canoe and we went upriver a little ways, not too far, maybe like a quarter mile upriver, and we were fishing for catfish. And my rod just, it wasn't like a bite. Usually with a fish bite, it's a jerky motion. This was not a jerky motion. This was just something started pulling on my fishing rod. And it felt like it was caught on a log. And that's what I thought it was. I thought like the hook got caught on a log. Because this is a river. So the water was flowing. We were in a part of the river where, it wasn't rapids or anything like that, but it was still flowing water. So I thought, some log got, my hook got caught on it. And I'm trying to pull it up, trying not to break the line. And I'm slowly pulling this log up. And then it gets high enough up in the water that I can see it. And it is a massive catfish. I can't remember what kind of catfish we were fishing for in that spot. It was a type that I don't think I'd ever fished for before. It was like a flathead or something like that. And that catfish was massive. All I had was a 12-pound test line. And that catfish just, once it got high enough in the water that I could see it, it could see me, it just turned and went down. And there was nothing I could do about it. It just snapped my line. No jerking motion or anything. Just turned and went down and my line snapped. That thing was huge. I couldn't see the whole thing, but what little I could see, it was huge. And I remember there's a
2 miles, take exit 66A, 557 north.
a lake
Chicago.
called Kerr Lake in eastern Oklahoma that we used to go to sometimes. And there's a dam there. And something that I would always see at Kerr Lake were people fishing for catfish, and they would have these massive catfish in the bed of their pickup. Like catfish almost the size as a person. Like these were huge catfish. All right, I'm getting on to Interstate 57. And the rumor that I heard was that they had some divers going down to inspect the dam.
In half a mile, take exit 66A, 557 north, US 60 east, for Chicago. Take exit 66A.
50-mile-per-hour exit. We're down to 45. Supposedly the divers went down to inspect the dam, and once they got down deep, 35 miles per hour, we're doing 47. Let's slow down. Got some slow truck that flew up on me, going way too fast around the turns, and is now tailgating the shit out of me. Now it's going out for the pass. Now let's see if I have to deal with passing this person or not. They drove way too fast on that exit, and they're lighter than me, so they're able to out-accelerate me. Hopefully they're going to keep going faster than me. I'm almost up to 70. All right, just hit 70. Are you fucking kidding me? They're going like the exact same speed as me. All right, they are slowly pulling away from me. But anyway, they got down deep at near the base of the dam, and they saw fish, like catfish, the size of cars. And it scared the hell out of them, and they swam back up to the surface and refused to go back down. I would be scared as well. because a catfish that big could eat you. There was another one that I don't really remember it too well. Out in, a rural part of Oklahoma, just out in the middle of nowhere, there was a building that looked like a really old church. And it was just out in a field, out in the middle of nowhere. And the urban legend was that it was some kind of satanic church. And there was like all kinds of weird stuff that happened in that area. And people would drive out there and like dare other people to go, walk over through the field and touch it. I don't remember ever seeing it. But it was supposedly it was pretty far away from the road. I've thought about making a YouTube channel investigating stuff like that. Pretty much every YouTube channel I know of that does stories about, urban legends and cryptids and stuff like that, all they do is basically just read off information that they gathered online about it. What I would like to do is like go out, interview people, go to the actual locations, try to find out the truth. Like something I've talked about before is in eastern Oklahoma, there was supposedly a major Bigfoot event that almost no one talks about. And it was one of the native tribes. I can't remember, Choctaw or whatever. I don't remember. It started out with like food being stolen. Food and animals and stuff like that. And then it progressed to women and children being stolen. And then they formed a war party to go like hunt down whoever was stealing, the women and children. And they tracked them for a while, and they eventually came up to this area that just smelled. It was just stunk really bad of like decay and dead. This is just death. And there were bones everywhere. And there were these big, hairy creatures that were huge. And as they approached, all of the creatures ran off except like 3 of the biggest ones. And those 3 attacked the war party and kicked the crap out of the war party. I think I remember them saying that they were so strong that they picked up a horse and threw it. And horses weigh a lot. I think it, like an average horse weighs like over 1,000 pounds. I'm not sure if they managed to kill one of the creatures, but they suffered heavy losses. And I think they retreated. But that would be something that would be nice to investigate. Go gather all of the information you can on it. interview people, because there's going to be a lot of that is going to be oral tradition. Like that story is going to have been passed down orally. So you're going to have to talk with people who were told the story when they were kids. And then go try to find the area. Another truck parking area in 1 mile. I like it, Missouri. I really like it. That one is full. It's crazy that Missouri has all these truck parking areas. And they're all full. Like, that just gives you some idea of how inadequate left lane closed ahead, reduced speed, how inadequate truck parking is, that Missouri has all this extra truck parking and it's all completely full. It's still inadequate. Awesome. Gonna have to straddle the rumble strip. They got us driving on the shoulder. Mississippi River.
Welcome to Illinois.
Damn it, we're already in Illinois. "96 miles left." All right, where's the speed limit? It was probably right at the state line. I didn't see it because that asshole was bright lighting me. Oh, here we go. Speed limit is 70, minimum 45. Move over for emergency vehicles. So, no truck speed limit. Oh, goodness gracious, that was a big bump. Rest area in 3 miles. Alright, time to do an ETA update. 92 miles, that's an hour and 32 minutes. And I have an hour and 58 minutes on my clock. getting tired of these assholes bright lighting me. It is hard enough to see out here without somebody shining a light in your eye. So the stopping point at the end of the drive shift is a Huck's gas station that has what appears to be about 20 truck parking spots. And because it's off the beaten path, it's not off an interstate. It's like in the center of Mount Vernon, Illinois. I'm hoping that it's going to have spots available 24 hours a day. I think it's very possible. I enjoy, cryptid stories, Bigfoot, things like that. And I think it's very possible that some of them exist. There's a lot of woods, a lot of rural areas in this country and throughout the world. There's areas where people hardly ever go, and if people ever do go there, it'd be pretty easy to hide from them. And we discover new species all the time. I think pandas used to be a cryptid. Pandas were a myth. And people were hunting for them. And I forget when we finally found some. Pandas and koalas are two species that probably shouldn't exist. They are really stupid. They're just... It's amazing that they've survived this long. What is going on? This truck has been up in front of me going the same speed as me for a long time. Now all of a sudden I'm catching up with it. I think I recall seeing a sign about a lane closure ahead. Speed limit's dropping down to 55. And it looks like there's a lane closure. Oh my God, man, that was rough. What the shit, man? We're already going the speed limit. You're going to slam on your brakes? Great. Why couldn't I have passed this guy before we went single lane? Why did it have to be like I haven't passed anybody in a long time? I finally catch up with a slower vehicle. Right when I go to pass them, we have to go into this damn single lane. Oh, now he's taking off like a bat out of hell. After he slowed down to 30 miles an hour, now he floors it. I don't want to be behind this dumbass in another construction zone. We finally made it back up to 70 miles an hour. Starting to get some fog. Temperature gauge says it is 69 degrees outside. All right, 73 miles, an hour and 13 minutes, and I have an hour and 41 minutes of drive time. If I wasn't running against my 14-hour clock, I should have enough drive time to do the drop and hook and find a place to park. But I'm pretty sure I'm running up against my 14. And that's just not enough time. And now I have 28 minutes of extra time. Sorry I'm being quiet. I'm just really tired. It's taking a lot of concentration just to stay awake. If I didn't have any kind of hours of service clock to worry about, I would pull over right now and take like a 2-hour nap. And then I'd go deliver the load. And then I would go and sleep for 8 hours. But that's not how the hours of service works. And this is part of the reason why I'm both for and against the hours of service. I understand that we need something. Laws exist because of people who are not capable of making good decisions. We have a significant amount of people that just are not capable of making good decisions on their own. They have to have limits, restrictions, rails placed on them to keep them from getting super stupid. But ideally, we wouldn't have hours of service, and you could just drive when you're not tired, sleep when you're tired. But in my opinion, the main problem is not the drivers themselves. It's all of the support personnel. It's the customers, the dispatchers, the brokers. All of those people are constantly pushing And back when we were on paper logs, they would push really hard. Like there was no subtlety to it whatsoever. That rest area is overrun. I remember 20 years ago when I first got into the industry driving for Swift. And how just like getting in the truck was so exciting. Getting to a Swift terminal was exciting. Everything back then was exciting. And then finishing training and getting my own truck, oh my goodness. I hated team driving so much. So at Swift, my very first trainer had some serious issues. and I demanded to be removed from his truck. That's a whole other story. He was violent, confrontational, racist, and he thought that I was Mexican, and he was constantly making derogatory remarks about Mexicans. And then he would glare at me. I never told him I wasn't Mexican. He was Native American, and I also happen to be part Native American. But yeah, he was an asshole. My second trainer was really weird. Small, nerdy little guy. Like a short, stocky, 2.5 miles ahead, right lane closed. Short, stocky, nerdy fella. And lazy. Oh my goodness. So whenever it was my time to drive, I would just drive my 11 hours straight through without stopping. Unless, it was like a fuel stop. And then when it came his turn to drive, he wouldn't want to drive. He'd be like, I'll just park it. And, I'd park. And he'd just continue sleeping for another couple of hours. Then he'd eventually get up, drive to a truck stop, grab something to eat, hang out there for an hour or two. Then he'd drive for a couple of hours. Then he would stop and go back to sleep. And as soon as my 10-hour break would be up, he would wake me up and tell me it was my time to drive. Like, he would drive for maybe 2 hours during his entire drive shift. He'd spend the rest of the time eating and hanging out at the truck stop. And sleeping. But as soon as my time was up, he'd wake me up and tell me it's my time to drive. And he made a lot more money than he was used to making when I was on his truck. Like, he thought he was rich while I was on his truck. Like, we were doing probably 5,000 miles a week, and like 3,600 of it was me. And I don't remember the full details of the lease program at Swift back then, but I remember it only paid like 60 cents a mile. But as a brand new employee, no experienced driver, I started out at like 25 cents a mile. Trucking paid very poorly back then. But he was making so much extra money that he basically spent his whole drive shift shopping. He would stop at all kinds of places during his drive shift, which made it very difficult for me to sleep. And then when it came time for me to get off the truck, he wouldn't let me off the truck. He kept accepting loads away from Reno, the terminal I was based out of, so that he wouldn't have to drop me off. And when I put my foot down and refused to do any more loads, unless it was a load to Reno, he offered me to stay on and run team with him. And he offered to split everything 50-50 with me. I said, are you fucking kidding me? I've been doing like 75% of the work, and you're willing to split 50-50 with me? No. I told him that I was just going to catch a bus back to Reno because we were in Sacramento at the time. We were only like 150, 200 miles away from Reno. I was like, I am not. He booked a load going to, like, I can't remember where it was. Texas or something. Phoenix, Arizona. I can't remember. But we were not going through Reno to get there. I remember that. And when I told him I was going to take a bus to Reno, and refused his offer, he called his dispatch and requested a load to Reno. and we had a load to Reno instantly. Ugh.
There's construction ahead.
$49 miles. Yeah, team driving is the worst. One of his flaws is he had extreme road rage. I found out about it like the first time I tried sleeping on the truck. I did not buckle into the sleeper. And shortly after I fell asleep, I woke up to yelling and screaming, and I'm sitting there laying in the bunk listening to this yelling and screaming, and then all of a sudden he slams on the brakes. What he was doing was cars were cutting him off, and he was honking his horn and yelling at them, and then he would let the truck roll right up to them and then slam on the brakes. Just a second here, I've got a couple of dumbasses speeding through the construction, probably in slow trucks, but they're speeding through the construction trying to pass everybody. And I do not want them alongside me in this narrow construction. These are narrow lanes. They're uneven lanes. It's a lot of switching around. Here comes this fucking retard passing me in this narrow ass construction, and he's speeding. He's going like 15, 20 over the speed limit. And I'm speeding, trying to keep him from getting alongside me. Dumbass pickup almost hit me, passing me. Good Lord, how long does this construction go? You can only work on so much road at a time, Illinois. You don't need to, like, mark off the entire fucking interstate for 400 miles so that you can work on 1 mile at a time. But yeah, he would roll up right, like, within inches of somebody's bumper and then lock up the brakes. Just slam on the brakes as hard as he could, scream at the top of his lungs, and lay down on the horn. That's what he would do to people that cut him off in, stop and go traffic, which was constant. People were constantly cutting him off. And the first time he did that, it threw me out of the bunk, and I ended up wrapped around the gear shift in between the seats. And he just glanced down at me for a second and then went back to screaming at the car in front of him. So I bought earplugs and I started strapping myself in. Loads over 13 feet 6 inches high need a permit. Caution road work 3 miles ahead. 39 miles to go. 1 hour and 10 minutes. So I have 31 extra minutes right now. I wonder if the car saw that sign about the end of the work zone. There they did. There they go. And as soon as I move over, the car slows down again. I cannot wait to get to sleep. When I get parked, I'm not going to do a video wrap up. I'm just ending the video. I hope I stay this tired because I have a problem where I'll be really tired while I'm driving, and then once I get parked and I crawl into bed, I won't be tired. I'll just sit there and scroll through watching YouTube shorts for like an hour or two. I don't think that's going to be the case this time because I've been awake for a very long time. Let's see, 6 a.m. to 6 p.m. would be 12 hours. And then another 6 would be 18 hours. 19 hours. It's going to be about 20 hours I've been awake by the time I go to sleep. I was trying to remember the name of that dog food account that I ran. I want to say it started with a C. A USA Truck. It's basically the same thing at USA Truck that I do at Landstar. Is there'll be a really good account that we're getting lots of good paying loads on, and I'll mainly just run that account. And then the number of loads or the pay will decrease. And then I'll go run a new account. I just bounce around like that. And at USA Truck, I remember the Clorox account or Procter & Gamble. It was basically Procter & Gamble, which is, I think, the parent company of Kingsford and Clorox. I was doing Kingsford loads and Clorox loads a lot. And I started doing that animal, like dog and cat company that specializes in online delivery. Chewy. Was it Chewy? I think it was the Chewy account. And that was one of the things that I hated about being an owner-operator leased to a company that also had its own fleet of employee drivers. USA Truck would keep all of the best freight for its employee drivers. you hardly ever saw Walmart runs, Georgia Pacific, Kimberly Clark, all the accounts that were the top accounts for USA Truck. You hardly ever saw those on the load board for owner operators. And I remember booking like really good loads and then getting a phone call and them telling me, hey, that was not supposed to be on the load board. That's not an owner operator load. That's an employee load. I never planned on USA Truck being, anything long term, but I probably would have hung out there for a couple of years if I didn't run into so many issues. And competing with company drivers for loads in a non-competitive environment really sucked. That was a big part of it, was that they basically treated the load board for owner operators like an overflow board. You just got the crap they couldn't move with the company drivers. This damn four-wheeler. Why the shit is this asshole just brake checking me? This stupid jackass just slammed on their brakes in front of me. They moved over in front of me and slowed down, and then once they got close to me, they slammed on their damn brakes. Alright, what's going on in front of me? Why is this guy now slamming on his brakes? So you got a four-wheeler in front of him slamming on his brakes? Why the hell do they want trucks in the left lane? They have signs up saying trucks use the left lane.
There's construction ahead.
It's going to be another one of these like 400-mile stretches of marked construction where they are not doing anything. Well, those four-wheelers are way behind us now. I can barely see them in my rearview mirror anymore. About a mile back. Good Lord, Illinois. You don't need to mark the whole damn road construction. Illinois comes out and announces to the public, we're doing road construction. Public's like, where? And Illinois is like, yes. All the government people in charge of the road maintenance and road construction are like, you know what? Just put a whole bunch of construction buckets out and take it down to single lane a few times, and they'll think we're doing something. Oh, is this construction ever going to end? 14 miles to go. Not sure how good the depth perception is on the camera. I'm about 200 feet behind the truck in front of me. Road construction next 84 miles. And then there will be a 2-mile gap of no construction before the construction starts again. Illinois doesn't even have enough road crews to work this much road. I got a vehicle with their high beams on catching up with me. Does this trailer have those rear flaps on it? You hardly ever see those anymore. You never see them deployed. I can't tell. It looks like it. Yeah, it looks like it has the rear flaps that are capable of deploying but not deployed. Wow, somebody dimmed their high beams. It's pretty crazy. Like, I'm so tired right now, I'm afraid of like not paying attention to basic shit, like running a red light type stuff. But we're almost there. 8.5 miles to go. All right, here comes the super trucker that's had their high beams on the whole time, weaving through traffic, catching up with me. The speed limit is 55 through the construction. I've been just pacing this truck in front of me, and this truck's been going between 60 and 65. All right, truck in front of me is exiting.
In 2 miles, take exit 94 for Veterans Memorial Drive.
I was hoping the trucks behind me would exit, but I don't need to worry about it. I'm exiting in 2 miles. We're finally out of the construction. Maybe. Right lane closed. Alright, when is the right lane closed? Because I need to get over and take an exit in a mile. When does the right lane close? This fucking idiot with the high beams just got over into the right lane to pass me. Like, I need to take an exit in 1 mile. The right lane's closing in 1 mile. This jackass is getting over alongside me in the right lane.
In half a mile, take exit 94 for Veterans Memorial Drive.
Alright, it looks like the lane is closing after the exit. I'm trying to see with this super trucker behind me with the damn high beams on.
In a quarter mile, turn right onto Veterans Memorial Drive.
Oh, there's a deer just standing over in the grass over on the left.
Turn right onto Veterans Memorial Drive.
We're making a right on a red. All right. I don't know what in the hell we drove through, but there's crap all over the windshield. I can't hardly see anything through the windshield with all this crap all over it. It's like somebody drove through something and it missed it all over the window. Ah.
Turn right.
That was somebody hauling carbon black. Well, probably an empty. That might have been the other driver. The other TSD driver. Or it could have been a volume driver. Who knows? Yeah, there's a whole bunch of locals camping this bitch.
Then you'll take your first left.
A lot of personal vehicles parked in truck parking spots.
Make a U-turn, then turn right.
But for all I know, they're paying for parking. Like there's a four-wheeler there. We'll park in the spot next to the four-wheeler.
Your destination is on the right.
All right, let me get out and just look around and see like how I'm positioned. It's really, I don't think there are lines. So let me see if I need to move over. I don't know, it's really hard to tell with unmarked parking and with having a car next to me. What the fuck is 20,000 kilograms? Is that 44,000 pounds? Because this thing has 20,000 kilograms in it. Don't they know that we don't use that kind of number here? Don't use that ooga booga shit. We use pounds like God intended.
Leaving 0 hours and 30 minutes of remaining drive time.
Yeah, this trailer, I've noticed this on a couple of these TSD trailers, not all of them. Maybe they all do it, but I haven't noticed it on all of them, but they have dump valves. So whenever you set the trailer brakes, whenever you release the air from the trailer, it just dumps all of the trailer air. All right, it's sleepy time. So I'm going to send a text message with an ETA to Caitlin. I hope they don't get mad that I wasn't able to make it there tonight, but that blowout, if I wouldn't have had that blowout ate up probably 20 minutes of my drive time. Somewhere between 20 and 30 minutes of my drive time. And that would have been enough for me to do the delivery. Let me see. Am I running up against my 14-hour clock? Not yet. I am 13 minutes from running against my 14-hour clock. And I have 19 hours and 2 minutes left in my 70. So by the time I finish this delivery, I'll have right at about 18 hours, which is what I projected I would be at. Would be about 18 hours left on my 70 after I deliver this load. So yeah, my hours of service summary is looking kind of bleak. It's looking almost all zeroed out. I'm gonna try to get some of this crap cleaned off the window before it gets caked on. Whatever in the hell it is. All right, we need another squirt. I think I put too much soap in the bottle. It's doing decent. Okay, I'm gonna end the video. I don't feel like doing anything right now. I just want to sit here, but I need to put up my my blinders and everything, my sunscreens, and my curtains, and crawl into bed and go to sleep. So have a good one. Bye.